We are broadcasting live.
Good morning, everyone. This is the meeting of Mono Town Council held on Tuesday, April 8th, 2025. This meeting is being conducted both in chambers and by means of electronic participation as permitted by Section 238, subsection 3.1 of the Municipal Act 2001 as amended and the Town of Mono Procedural Bylaw 2020-42. Residents are obviously able to watch this in real time or later on our website. We do have a quorum. Just a reminder, the emergency exits are in the rear of the council chamber, and members are free to declare pecuniary interest at this point or at any point in the course of the meeting. If we could do the land acknowledgement, Councillor Winkler.
We'd like to begin by respectfully acknowledging that the town of Mono resides within the traditional territory and ancestral lands of the Teonatani, Atawandaran, Hodi, Noshoni, and Anishinaabe. We also acknowledge that the town of Mono resides within the treaty lands named under Treaty 18, the Nottawasaga Purchase of 1818. These traditional territories upon which we live and learn are steeped in rich indigenous history and traditions. It is with this statement that we declare to honor and respect the past and present connections of indigenous people with this land, its waterways, and its resources.
Thank you. I have a motion that we approve the agenda of session 7-2025 as circulated. Do I have a mover for that? Councillor Davey moves, seconded by Councillor Capes. Fred?
Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to jump in there, Your Worship.
That's okay.
You had mentioned earlier about looking to add something to the in-camera session.
Yes, I'd like to have a discussion of IT issues that would be more appropriate in camera than in public. I don't know what that section falls under.
That can fall under security of municipal property, Your Worship.
Okay, so that if...
Could I just point out a slight logistical problem? I will be declaring a conflict of interest for the in-camera session,
Okay.
so I won't be here, and I was planning to probably go home, but if you're going to talk about the IT...
We could do that
well,
first.
except that we have
we do have an assigned time.
At 11
Yeah.
o'clock.
Okay.
Anyway,
We'll catch up with you on that. Okay. Any opposed to the motion on the floor with regard to the agenda? Seeing none, the motion is carried. I have a motion that council approves the minutes of session 6-2025 is circulated. Do I have a mover for that? Deputy Mayor Nix, seconded by Councillor Capes. Any discussion of the minutes as circulated? Seeing none. No opposition. Motion is carried. We have no proclamations today. I would like to take this opportunity to compliment and do a major shout out to the, well, not only Public Works, but all employees of Ontario Hydro who are working in the town, members of Public Works and other town staff who were involved in getting the word out to our residents. We had a water supply available in this building for people, and under new business, I'm willing to have a further discussion of anything else that we might be able to do that has come to our attention or has been come to mind since this unfortunate ice storm that we've had. Many others were hit much harder than we were, but there's no question that we were clobbered, and many of us experienced hydro outages of some period of time. Fred?
Can I just add a point too? In addition to thanking the staff of the town of Mono for all that you did, and in particular Public Works, the Shelburne District Fire Board, which averages about 30 calls a month, about one call a day, over that weekend, Melinda, you'll correct me if I'm wrong, they had, was it 22 or 24 calls that weekend they were called out, which we had one of our volunteer firefighters who actually brought a cot and a blanket and a pillow into the fire hall. And I think he was on duty for something like 24 hours. So thanks to everybody.
Councillor Mangtalo and then Councillor Capes.
Just in following up your comment, Your Honor, it wasn't a motion, but I'd really like to second it. I think that our staff did a wonderful job, particularly pointing out to Public Works and Recreation, and thanks very much.
Thank you. Councillor Capes.
Yes, thank you, and thank you for making that recognition. I think, you know, this is when we see heroes, and I'm very grateful for all of them, and the damage has been absolutely astronomical. Now, you said something, Mr. Mayor, about under new business. There's no new business listed on the agenda, so I'm wondering if what you wanted to talk about under new business couldn't be part of reports of members of council and staff.
Well, we could initiate the discussion at that point if any of us have thoughts as to what we could further do.
Right, okay,
I certainly
that's
have a
great.
few, and I know other members of council do as well. So
Yes, I
thank you
think
for that
sure.
suggestion. That works.
Okay, thank you.
Any other comments? That brings us to question period. Dealing with submitted questions first and then from the gallery.
So we have one question, Your Worship, that was submitted online in advance, and the question asks, are there any plans to address the traffic on French Drive in the Fieldstone subdivision, noting that there's an excessive amount of traffic which ends up using French Drive instead of Highway 9 to reach the businesses, and they are often speeding?
That's a very good question. Matt, have you had any thoughts on the perennial French Drive problem of it becoming basically a commercial route as well as a residential route for the people who live in the subdivision?
Thank you. Public Works does monitor all the collects traffic data on all town of Mono roads, which includes speed, volume, and vehicle class. I believe the last time we counted it was 2022, French Drive, and when we assessed it. And I believe Mike might be able to speak more about the delivery signage that's already in place that is supposed to prohibit traffic, commercial traffic on First Line. We do install traffic calming speed tables. This year we are looking at traffic, more like a delineator on the roads to pinch traffic down, to slow traffic down. So we're going to be installing those this year. I haven't spoke with operations manager yet as to where we're installing those, but French Drive, First Line are on our radar. Kingfisher, those are the ones we've installed in the past. So we'll be assessing that shortly. And once we're finished with winter operations, street sweeping and whatnot, we'll be installing those. So. I'm not sure if Mike wants to chat about a couple of years ago, 2 or 3 years ago, when the signage was installed, if he has anything else to add about that.
No, I think Matt's pretty well addressed it. There is a little bit of a double-edged sword there. That road was created as an exit for the Island Lake community. I think what generally might be happening is when people leave in the morning, they're using the stoplights at First Line, but when they come back at night, they're turning right on Second Line and coming through the Cole subdivision. So while we have commercial traffic going through a residential area, which is limited to the, we have a no trucks bylaw for that section. While we do have commercial traffic probably coming through the Fieldstone subdivision, the left turn at the lights onto 9 is definitely an easier and safer access point to Highway 9. On the flip side, we do have residential using the industrial subdivision, and the complaint, I think, goes both ways. So it's the speed bumps, I think, that we install annually, the seasonal speed bumps are definitely a solution to slow vehicles down and to make it uncomfortable for commercial-sized vehicles to traverse through the subdivision. I think as winter leaves us, Matt's staff will definitely get those installed, and those will help.
Ralph?
This is a very topical question because we have an application for a development, the so-called second line development, which is for, I think it's 350 houses. And those people will be exiting to go to work, et cetera, onto Highway 9. And the obvious solution would be to put lights in at the second line and Highway 9, but we've been told that's not going to happen. So this is going to be an ongoing problem and one we're going to have to deal with. And I'm not quite sure what the answer is.
So Your Worship, as the council representative on police services, is this a topic that maybe could, because we do have the clerk just pointed out, we do have a community safety zone as well as the no trucks, and I wonder if this is something that would be appropriate at the new police services board.
Well, I'm not certain that the OPP is prepared to enforce our no truck prohibition. But they certainly would be interested in speeding. And it is, of course, for everybody's benefit, double the fines in a community safety zone. But I think we need to do a number of things here. Number one, take Matt up on the idea of traffic calming, either by way of the pinching. I can't quite, I don't understand what the technology is there. But I do know speed bumps, and they're a pain, but they are effective, and they have been effective in that area in the past. We've got the potential of having the OPP do a little more work in there. And finally, there's always MTO and the second line signalization, which has been talked about for years. And I was absolutely flabbergasted when they came back in their response to the proposed subdivision on the second line that they didn't think that the signalization at Highway 9 and the second line was appropriate at this time, or whatever they happened to say. It was beyond belief. So I think there's several ways that we can pursue this. Elaine?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. You will recall that when the lights were put in at the other end, at the first line, there was a lot of MTO said they weren't needed. And it was only because people fought for that very hard that those lights were actually installed. And can you imagine what it would have been like if that didn't happen? So I know you talked about speed bumps, but there's also things called speed tables, and you can put them, you know, at a closer distance, and they just keep the car going at the same speed, so they don't go past the designated speed line. They can stay there all year. They are installed along some roads that I travel up, going up to, well, they go into Wasaga Beach, but they are very successful, and they don't require being removed, and they stay there all year, and the plows have no trouble going over them. Now, this is me just saying this. I'm sure Matt would have a different understanding of how they work.
He wants
But
to jump
anyway,
in.
That's another option.
Matt? Yeah, so we actually don't currently have humps. They're actually, bumps. We have humps, which they are longer. They're not quite
Okay.
a table, which are flat on the top, but they are elongated, so they are a little softer on equipment. Challenges with that is I know fire services and emergency services have voiced their concerns about them, because, you know, if they have to get to a scene fairly quickly, or if they're have a patient in the back of an ambulance, going over these things in a timely manner is a challenge, and they don't have excellent suspension on in ambulances and whatnot. So something that we look at. We have been looking at other municipalities that have the pinch down lanes, and they are effective. I've used them. Bondhead, Hornings Mills, ESSA uses them quite often. I know the ones you're talking about up in Wasaga Beach. The plow operators definitely don't enjoy the humps. And the ones that we do have that are temporary, they are pretty destructive to the asphalt, because you got to drill in hundreds of holes into the asphalt to secure them to the pavement. So you're damaging the pavement every time you have to install them. So the delineators, the pinch down delineators, are definitely more cost effective as well, and they take a quarter of the time to install. Okay. So they're 3 posts on the road. They pinch them down. They have all the appropriate signage there, and it pinches the traffic down. They do fold over if they do get run over, So we have purchased, I believe, 4 sets. So we're going to start looking at the locations where to install those in the coming months, and hopefully they work out for us. So we'll continue to collect traffic data and see where they need to go. We do accept calls from residents who are concerned with speeding, and we do put them into our tracking sheet to kind of help us decide where those best locations are suited.
Thank you, Matt. Thank
Can you
you.
come
Through
back?
you, Your
Can you
Worship.
come back
Thank
to
you.
council, say, in a few weeks or a month with recommendations on this particular location?
Yep. Yes, I could. I'll do a verbal as far as once we have an idea where they're going to be going and which locations are getting humps and which locations are getting delineators.
Okay. Thank you. Any questions from the audience? Elaine, come on forward.
What's the subject?
BTC.
Okay.
Mr. Clerk, I'm going to declare a conflict of interest.
Elaine Kehoe, I affirm that I live in Mono. Many of the residents are interested in the outcome of the Integrity Commissioner's report. I'm asking council whether they would consider holding off any decisions that you make with respect to the issue until after the town hall meeting. Many people can't attend the council meetings because they work and they would like their voices heard. So would you consider holding off on any decision till after the town hall meeting and you hear what people have to say?
I'm not sure what decision we are making apart from addressing the issue as it has landed in the lap of the Ontario Land Tribunal. Mike?
Your Worship, so I believe the Conflict of Interest Act has a section that states that should there be an opinion by the Integrity Commissioner that a councillor participated in a resolution under conflict, that any resolution that was a result of this should come back to council.
Mm-hmm.
So that was the plan that staff would bring, as I mentioned to Ms. Kehoe this morning, that we would bring back the Bruce Trail presentation, and then council would revisit the ask that was to utilize the lands for purposes of a trail.
This is the land
so-
off Hockley Road.
Off of Hockley,
That's
correct, the
correct.
one
I get
that,
it.
so staff was preparing to bring that back on the next meeting. But Mrs. Kehoe, I believe, Ms. Kehoe would prefer to have a bigger discussion on that, is what I'm hearing.
Any thoughts of council on that? Speaking for myself, I don't think it's an unreasonable request. I mean, I don't know that there's a terrific hurry to address it, so it could come back after our town hall meeting. I mean, that's just me speaking. I'm just one vote here.
No, okay, I understand that. Could we also then get some type of assurance that nothing would be commenced on the building of the trail until the town hall meeting and the decision has been made by council? Because it is spring now and, well, not really spring.
Be careful what you wish for.
Your Worship, if I may, so no occupation by the BTC would be allowed until this would come back. That would be a town decision, a staff decision,
And we
yeah.
made it very plain that we wanted to have an agreement, that it wasn't good enough to simply say go. We wanted an actual agreement that spelt out terms and conditions. Councillor Davy?
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Elaine, for bringing this back to us again. And I mean, it would be wrong for us not to accept this. The public is telling us they want us to hear something. I think it behooves us to do so. So that's all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, second question,
Yes.
if I may. So last meeting, I proposed about putting something on our Mono website regarding Canadian flags and supporting Canada. Has anything been made or decisions been made by council with respect to that?
I don't think we formally decided anything in particular. I'm certainly noticing
More flags?
more flags at driveways, which is good. I'm in the hands of council as to whether they want to do a notice of motion for the next meeting. I think I'll leave it at that, but needless to say, it's heartening to see the number of homes that do have flags out. Ralph?
I'll create a notice of motion.
Okay, so later on in the agenda, Councillor Magdalow is going to move a notice of motion.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? On forward. Good morning.
Morning. This is on. Hi, my name's Donna Coulter. I live here in Mono, and I'm here to talk about something I just discovered yesterday when I went for a walk in the Mono tract of the Deferred Forest. And I'm the words I would use are shocked and dismayed. Now I'm coming as not a forester.
Oh, can we get Fred back?
Yep, just a sec.
Oh, yes,
Thank you.
I can wait.
Your worship?
Yes, Elaine?
Sorry, I did not hear, and this is my fault, I did not hear clearly the name and address of the speaker.
It's Donna Coulter. And your address, Ms. Coulter?
It's 795-336 3rd line, EHS. I'm at the corner of the 25th and the 3rd.
And Deputy Mayor is just returning to the meeting. And this is a question about the county forest. Go ahead.
Yes, so, you know, and I just premise a little bit by saying I'm certainly not a forester, but I am a lover of outdoor activities in Mono and chose specifically to live here because of the multitude of opportunities to enjoy the outdoors. And so walking my dogs yesterday for the first time, I haven't been in the Mono tract for a little bit, I really was surprised by the logging that had taken place there. I've tried to do a little bit of research, but it only happened yesterday, and I did want to bring this up with the council because it felt to me when I looked at it, it looked more like logging than management in terms of the forest. Now, again, I'm not an expert in that, but it did feel like there were a lot of trees taken and a lot of damage done to the tract. I did manage to print off their new routes, the Dufferin County Outdoor Recreational Plan, looked it over, and out of the 20 permitted and prohibited uses, number 19 is the actual forest management element. And it doesn't really say much other than forest management activities will be conducted so as to minimize impact on designated recreational trails. And I'm not feeling confident that that was really what happened. So the questions that I have 3 of them. The first is just a simple question, which is there any town representation on this committee? Because there is a committee, it's the Dufferin Outdoor Recreation Advisory Team. Is there representation of the town on that committee?
So that would be a county committee.
Okay.
And the deputy mayor and myself are on county council, and we can look into that for you.
Okay.
And get you an answer.
Yeah, okay, very good. My second question is, are there plans to do more? And if so, so this is a question hopefully you can take forward. Are there opportunities for citizens to comment and collaborate? I see in this advisory committee that or team that they are supposed to be a forum for discussion, but I was not made aware in any way that this was going to take place. And my third question is, what are the funds used for? Because I'm assuming that there are funds gained from this type of foresting. I would like to know what those funds go towards as part of the forestry management program.
Yeah, Fred?
Sorry, you've kind of caught me off guard, and I'm looking for it. I sit on the Infrastructure and Climate Change Committee at the county, and we just had the annual report from our forester, and I'm desperately trying to remember. We have a new forester. He's very good. Nothing is done capriciously. When they look at a forest, they go through and mark it. Now, I'm assuming on the Deferred track, these are pine trees they were taking down.
It's hard to tell what was being taken down.
I'm pretty sure they were pine
Yeah,
trees. And
yeah, red pine, I would imagine.
Typically when they, and we've done it in the monoforests too, they take about 50% of the trees down. If they don't do that at some stage, the remaining trees get unhealthy. So they have to. Now, they do sell it. They don't get much for red pine. I can't remember the last time we sold some, Matt. But the money goes back into, I would guess at the county level, I don't know whether it's specifically dedicated to the forestry account, it probably is. My sense of their annual report, and I was just looking, if I can find it, I'll give you a copy. They do an excellent job. I know it looks messy. What I would suggest to you, Matt, is the 1947 track on the fourth line? The town's forest on the fourth line is the 1926 track. I've lived up here for over 50 years, and my wife and I hiked that a lot of times. And when they logged it, it was a mess. But that was 15, 20 years ago. You go back in there now, and it's done two things. The remaining trees are much healthier, but it's also allowed the beeches and the hardwoods they're starting to grow. So it's going to become a mixed forest. And it does, after 15 years, it does start to look much better. I know it's messy when they do it. It is messy, but if they don't do it, you get into a real problem. You get stands of pine trees that are unhealthy,
Right.
and they'll start falling over on you. I can see Mark nodding his head. So I apologize if it looks messy. They don't do it capriciously. They do a very sound management plan every year. They have so many acres they're going to cut down. They go in, they cut it, and they do the best job they can.
Yeah, and that's good to hear, and that's what I'd like to see specifically is kind of the plan and what the results are in terms of what they do with those funds and so on. So,
Ralph?
Donna, thanks for bringing this to us. I would like a little more information about what you saw, which was worrisome.
So there were a lot, and again, I don't understand how this, what the intricacies are, but there were a lot of what looked to be like laneways created between the trail marking. Areas where the bike trails have been look to be kind of disrupted. I don't tend to go on those. I used to ride my horse in there. Now I just go in on foot. So it just looked like, and it really didn't feel much like a forest anymore. And I do appreciate, Fred, what you're saying. Like, I'm just expressing from a citizen standpoint and somebody who uses the park, how shocked I was. Certainly, it would be beneficial to understand from a user's perspective what the benefit is and why things are done the way they are. Having some community education would be helpful because, again, I just was quite shocked. That was my experience walking through. And I'm sure it's not finished yet. I get the impression that it's still underway. But I just really wanted to understand more so that I could feel more comfortable with what was going on.
Well, I can continue a little bit if I can. I have a 16-acre red pine forest, and I've had it, the management process has been selective cutting twice now, and each time it's a mess.
Yeah.
And that's partly because all the branches and the tops are left on the ground. And it's a sort of earth to earth process. It also it allows two things to happen, and Fred covered them, and I want to really emphasize it. It allows the remaining pines to be stronger, because the effect of having pines close together is they try and all compete with each other, and they become spindly and tall, and you'll see some around here where they've actually been planted too close together in the first place. But now, after the second planting, my pines are about 20 feet apart. and other trees are coming in, and we planted 2,300 other types of trees last year because we had the opportunity to diversify. And so
Right,
I think-
okay, and that's good to know, because I'm hoping to find that will be done. Like, is there a plan to replace some of these trees and so on?
So nature does some of it. In mine, the quintessential Manitoba maple came right in, but a lot of cherry as well. And the process, I think, can be added by or aided by us or not. I'm not sure whether there's any plans for that with the number, but it is a messy thing. It really is. In fact, I had a machine come in with a grinder. Went through like this so I could walk on it and create new trails. But what your comment that caught my attention was that, particularly caught my attention was that the current trails were not as useful as they were before, and maybe we need to do a cleanup or something like that.
Yeah, right now they're not really, but there's signs up saying the job is still in process.
Is that right? Okay.
Yeah, so I expect that will happen. And again, I just want to make clear that I have no problem with forest management. There are areas that there's very few trees left standing whatsoever, so it feels quite barren in those spots and starts to lose the feel of a forest. So if there's plans to replant, that would also put my mind at ease.
Fred's got some numbers for you.
Yeah, I found the annual report. I'm just reading this. In the mono tract, last year, they started in December of 2024. It says here that they're going to conclude the harvesting in February 2025. So it sounds like it's over.
Yes.
That's what, anyway, they took down 55 white pine, 882 red pine, in an area of 8.4 hectares. And their revenue from those pine trees was $111,855. Now, what I can't find, and I'm not sure in the county accounting system that they would necessarily dedicate that back to the forestry department, but they do manage the forest. I mean,
Yeah, we have a budget for sure. Whether it equals revenue, I'm not positive. I do know that timber sales, revenue from timber sales is way up, much to everybody's, surprise this year.
and the other thing I would just point out, like the report, if I could cut this out of my PDF file, I'd send you a copy of this. You might enjoy reading it. Let me try to do that. Can you leave your
I will.
email address with Fred Simpson and all?
All the reports, Town of Mono reports, the Dufferin County reports, they're all available on the, if you just search them.
Okay.
The links are there on Google. And they'll get into why they were so invasive this year. Similar to the Town of Mono tracts that were harvested this fall. A lot of it was for disease. Some of it is for opening up the canopy. And it's as Fred has noted, it's done and recommended by a forest management technician, which is a college education that are or a professional arborist. The end result, I think, the recreation is a lucky outcome of the town owning forest. It's a great outcome, but when it comes to forest management, the recreation is definitely impacted. However, the end goal of all these logging processes is a hardwood forest. That's the goal. Replanting is not normal. We're hoping the opening canopy can allow the birds in the wind to drop off maple keys and oak seeds, and that's the result of this. But there has been in mono tracts especially some severe health issues of the trees, and that's why they get them out of there. But there is a process, I know, in the first year, I believe they take the 5-inch diameter every fourth row, and then they take every third row, and then the final part of that process over a 10 to 15-year plan is a significant removal, because that time they're up to the size of hydro poles or things like that, which everybody can relate we're probably very short of after this ice storm. But the end goal is a nice redwood or maples, oaks, beech. That's the end goal.
Okay.
Yeah.
And not too many ash. I might, if the mayor would allow me. am I allowed to say that I do maintenance work for the Bruce Trail? But in our section that my wife and I look after over the last 3 years, we've taken down over 150 ash trees that have all died. And it makes a mess of the forest, but they're all dead.
Yeah.
They're gone.
I had to cut one myself this week that had the borer. Okay.
I have lots of ash if anyone is interested in firewood.
Well, thank you for that. So I'll look forward to hearing about whether there are members on the council.
It's not a committee that I'm familiar with, but I do know that we have had committee and public consultation in the past. You raised a really interesting point about the accessibility in terms of a delineated trail. Once the harvest has taken place, I would hope that they go in there with the kind of device that Ralph mentioned.
Agreed.
And they recreate the trails for the horses and for walkers and others.
Yeah, because if you're saying, Fred, it's finished, if the job is done, then it is, I will say, an awful mess in terms of I had to, like my little wiener dogs had a hard time getting through.
My guess is in the Mono Track, they probably will clear the 2 main east-west trails.
Yeah.
But I don't, as far as I know, I'm not sure they're going to do any of the side trails. That's just a guess on my part.
Then the final comment I'd like to offer is I do think it would be beneficial if we could educate the public, people like myself, so that we're prepared for what we see and understand the background. I think would help with some of the shock factor on what we were exposed to. So thank you.
Thank you, Donna.
Your worship, if I could take this opportunity, please subscribe to our website for everybody. We do post notices, subscribe to our social platforms. There was notification of all of our things, and we do have a section on forest management. So please take the opportunity to subscribe, and you'll get notification of new postings, et cetera. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? Come on forward, sir.
Morning. David Boyce, 1 Purple Road, Pomona. About a month ago, a little over a month ago, right after the trade breakfast, I spoke to Mayor Creelman, Councilor Elaine Shapes, and Mayor Davies, and I had...
I can't hear.
Oh, just press the button, David. Yeah.
So I'm sorry, I need you to repeat that. I couldn't hear you.
Yeah,
I'm
it's
so
okay,
sorry.
Elaine. We're just
push it once.
Just press. Yeah, there you go.
My name is David Boyce, 1 Purple Road, Mono. About a month and a half ago, right after the trade breakfast, I spoke to Mayor Creelman, Councilor Davies, and Councilor Capes, and I had 3 issues. One was the tax increase. I voiced my concern on that, on the 13% increase. The other one was on the cost of the fire hall that's being built in Orangeville. And the third one was on lack of internet in Mono. And why I'm here today is on the internet question. When I spoke to the mayor and the council, I said Whiteman was right across the road from us. I'm in Purple Hill. And why didn't it come in to us? And the response I got was Mono doesn't get to choose where Whiteman comes in. So as late as yesterday, and I said, we're not even on the map for Whiteman to come in. And I was assured that we were. As late as yesterday, I went to Whiteman to see if it could get internet. And they said they have been trying to deal with Mono for about the last 5 years and are not getting anywhere, and we are not on the map for high-speed internet.
Well, David, I'm going to defer to staff as to the number of times Whiteman has contacted us. I could give a very quick and glib response, but I won't. Rogers did approach us. We supported their grant applications, and they were just that, grant applications. And they have been given the town of Mono as a distinct territory. We've had other situations, mainly in the northeast corner of Mono, where there's been high speed installed on the Toss Agila side, and people across the road wonder why they can't tap into it. It all has to do with the terms of the grants. and the conditions that the CRTC and the federal government and the provincial government set, it's not our installation, it's not our project. We are doing our best to facilitate it. We expedite the permit process so that it happens quickly, they don't get bogged down. And we are open to any provider who wants to come into this community and provide us with high-speed internet. And we've worked with quite a few and continue to do so. But I'm just going to defer to staff as to approaches by Whiteman, because this is news to me. And that's not as glib as I could be.
But could I suggest, I've only had the discussion with a representative at Whiteman, and they say that there's a disconnect between, there's roughly 100 homes in the old Purple Hill section that they could service. So they have a desire to go in there, but for some reason, something's holding them back.
Well, the way they would go in would be to apply for a license to use our road allowance. And anyone can do that as far as I know. And I mean, this is all news to me, David, and I mean, I sort of stay on top of this file pretty assiduously. Mike?
So Whiteman's reached out to us once. Their statement is in air. April 13th of 2022, Whiteman was provided the road access agreement. And as of today, the town has not heard back from Whiteman. So that's an error. Any internet provider can approach the town to have access for internet provision, and we do not turn anybody away. We're working with Rogers to expedite their installations. We definitely don't have a say as to where they do install it. I'm surprised to hear that there's not a good source of hardwire internet in the Purple Hill area at this time, as the rural definitely is lacking from an infrastructure point of view. We are currently working with ViaNet on an agreement to put a tower on an antenna on our water tower, and we're waiting to hear back from ViaNet. And Rogers has, as your worship had committed, they did speak to service all of Mono, but obviously have had some construction delays. So that's unfortunate that Whiteman has stated that the town has not been cooperative.
So one of my questions is Purple Hill on the map? And in talking to Mayor Creelman and councillors, they said we are on the map. But once again, when I talked to Whiteman, I said, when do you see high-speed internet coming into us? And they said, we don't.
The question is more appropriately put to Rogers, because they're the ones getting the grant money to do the town of Mono. Whiteman is not getting any grant money to install in the town of Mono. Their territory was decided to be Orangeville. So I will follow up with Rogers. I'm expecting an update from them shortly as to the progress they're making on their own project. It could be that do you not have Rogers cable?
Rogers cable's laid into the boxes. I don't have it. I'm with Bell.
Okay.
But I asked what kind of service could you provide through that cable, and because the cables are so old in the subdivision, they don't know whether I'd have better service or less service if I went to them.
Okay.
So that discussion needs to take place on a higher level than myself. So.
Well, I'm happy to have that with Rogers, because it could be that they are going for the parts of Mono that have zero service. They don't even have cable, so they're going for the rural areas. But we've also heard that they have been installing in some of the subdivisions as well. which is over and above the fact that those subdivisions are, albeit newer subdivisions than Purple Hill, they are served by Rogers Cable, and there is a certain amount of internet on that. I don't want to be I don't want to do an ad for a company here, but like many Mona residents, I've been very frustrated. I'm not seeing the rollout heading in the direction of our property anytime soon, causing me to investigate a technology called Nokia. It's called a Nokia box. Rogers sells it. And I was able to migrate off Bell DSL, which was giving me, on a good day with the wind blowing in the right direction, about 5 down and 0.5 up. I've gone from that to 12 up and as high as 30 or 40 down. So a dramatic increase in service for less money than I was paying Bell. So I don't want to get any more commercial
No,
than that,
that's,
but it is worthy of investigation.
Yeah, it's just frustrating for us because right across the road, Buena Vista, Whiteman came in and did all the streets.
I know.
So we're,
Yeah.
you know, we're 30 feet away from having it, and we need a push to get it into where we are. So
Yeah, I agree.
all I'm asking Mono is if they could go back to Whiteman and say, you know, is there a chance that we can get some type of service in here?
Well,
Or Rogers, or it doesn't matter to me. but-
I'm happy to pursue it, and I'll get back in touch with you.
Okay, I appreciate your
Thank you,
time.
David. Any other questions? Is there anyone online? Seeing none, we go to our first delegation, which is a little bit late, but my apologies on that. And it's the Credit Valley Conservation Authority input on recommended changes for the noise bylaw. Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you for your patience.
Yeah, no problem. Whoa. That woke me up. So first we'll introduce ourselves. My name is Bill Lidster. I'm the manager of conservation areas for Credit Valley Conservation. I manage the operations side of our conservation areas, both active and passive.
My name's Yasmin Slater. I'm the superintendent at Island Lake Conservation Area, so I manage the staff and programming that we offer at that park.
Again, thanks for the opportunity, Council, for having us here to be able to make some recommendations on the noise bylaw, some history. We've been working with the residents and council on having events at Island Lake, and noise has been a concern from the local residents, and we have been applying for noise bylaw exemptions over the last 10 some years. So again, we've reviewed the second draft of the proposed noise bylaw, and again, it's getting to a point that it's getting there for us to be able to work within those parameters. However, we have some other recommendations that we'd like to bring forward. So I'm not going to go through our entire delegation report, but again, we can.
And we have read it.
Yeah, and so everyone's read it. So again, you know, we just want to kind of summarize it and look at some of the feedback that we've heard from the local community and look at solutions for that. Again, we're here to look at solutions that will work for everyone, but also look at minimizing the red tape and logistics for charity and nonprofit organizations to utilize our site for fundraising for the community. So a couple of things that there was concern that we would have an event every weekend. And again, as noted in our report, our ecologists have come out and monitored the area, and they put some parameters. We have some parameters on ourselves when we're going to use that as outlined in here. So if we look at the parameters from Victoria Day to Thanksgiving weekend, that's 22 weekends, so we have a potential of doing 68 events. We've asked to look at having 15 events. So that's a huge reduction in events. Again, we looked at the times. We think that the times are good that you're proposing. However, we were, for our business, we could look at reducing those a little bit more to Monday to Saturday till 10 p.m. and then Sundays and holidays till 9:30. And again, concerns raised about disturbing the residents. I think we have a really good track record through over the years with the noise bylaw exemptions that we have had on monitoring those levels. And I'm not aware of any official complaints that have come through our office about any of the events that we hold. Not only with the amphitheater, but we also, the park has become very busy with picnic groups, charity races, and things like that. So again, some of the statistics that we're using, that we've hosted 100 events at the amphitheater with great success. And then we manage 75 other events annually at our locations, whether it's picnics or reunions, birthday parties, things like that. And again, with no official complaints that have come through our office. So we also heard the public. One of our areas, we call Area 6, backs onto what we call the Island Lake Estate subdivision. I think is it Blue Heron Drive that drops down, that butts on there? So one of our picnic sites backs onto that property, so we committed to the residents that is a no amplified sound, so there's no amplified sound there. And again, we worked close with your bylaw officer, that we have an on-call supervisor during our operating hours at the conservation area, and they have exchanged phone numbers so that if the noise bylaw officer hears something outside of our property, a complaint, he can call the on-call supervisor and we can look after that immediately. We also have increased our enforcement staff. We do have security officers on our staff now that are also helping at those events. So someone's around the area throughout the entire event, and now right till the end of the evenings at the conservation area. There were some concerns raised about the negative effects on wildlife, and as everyone's aware, we go through a rigorous process for our management plan where we have science people come out and look at the area and determine which areas are okay for development and which areas are for protection. And again, that's why we put the parameters on what times of year we would have like louder amplified sound, and that's during the bird nesting timing windows and when the frogs are mating and things like that. So we've been monitoring it, and again, there's no evidence of effect on the wildlife. Again, we're starting to see stuff come back into the conservation area. We have a loon nesting there. We have the swans coming back. We have the otter. They finally seen it. We've been seeing it for 30 years, but now we got a videotape of it, so now they believe that it's there. So there's no evidence of that, and we will continue to monitor that on a regular basis. So we went through the survey results and everything as well, and from my interpretation of the results, looks like the majority of the residents are in support of the noise bylaw with the timing of it. Now, however, there is some one concern that we have in the draft report is need for a special event permit. Now, we looked up your special event permit, or I guess it's called regulate holding of public entertainment festivals and parades within the town of Mono.
1984.
84 And I recall, Mayor Creelman, you mentioning that you haven't used this in 20 years, and nor,
Actually, I was wrong. I think the Pollinator Garden graciously made an application under that bylaw to do an event. But apart from that, I'm unaware of its use.
yeah, and again, nobody's brought it to our attention for us to be able to have to go through that special event permitting process. Now, it does says, now, I know talking with Fred that you're looking at updating this bylaw as well. Again, depending on the update on that, it's just as restrictive as the noise bylaw.
More so.
Yeah, more so. So, you know, I think there's a couple of things that we could see, and we want to eliminate the duplication for the legislation requirements for permits. You know, our own Conservation Authority Act, the Code of Conduct in Conservation Areas, people are not allowed to make excessive noise that disturb other people in the conservation area. So we are enforcing that if somebody complained that something that was going on that disturbed them, then we would have to take action with that. Also, applying for a permit to the town, to get a license from the town, CVC we already have to give a permit for people that want to do an event at the conservation area. So we're vetting those requests to make sure that they align with our strategic plan, our conservation area's strategy, and what we put forward in a management plan that gets endorsed by councillors, the public, and our board. And at the end of the day, the police also have the authority of stepping in if somebody was playing loud music to their neighbor. They're allowed to come in and enforce that as well. So by having, I know that the proposal was that no noise at any time without a permit. Now, there's reference to other municipalities that have no noise at any time without a permit. So now it's not saying that you can't have it. Now you apply for another permit that's going to allow you to have it. And from what I've seen from the special event permits, the quit time is usually 11 o'clock at night for those. And again, you know, if we look at the bylaw, the way it's written today is that, you know, we started looking at our operations and, well, we're in contravention of it in a couple of ways. Is that we do have an air horn that we blow for the Bass Derby, and then on a regular basis is that the staff go around the perimeter of the Vicky Barron Trail with a megahorn, letting people know that the park closes. So again, that would be in contradiction to that, but that's just our normal operations. So we were thinking that if the times would be great, however, the only issue in here for us is that the special event license would be required. So our recommendation is that you could look at, if you did look at the special event license, is what about putting an exemption for fundraising events that are hosted by registered not-for-profit or charity organization? Because again, that's a black and white distinguishing factor. That if you have a charity number, then you would be exempt for fundraising. And again, it would be good for the times, because then there's no question. If there's times that's cut off, then after that, then you're in contravention. I think that if it's up for somebody to call, say it takes three people to call, say, oh, there's loud noise coming from an area and it's disturbing us, is how are you going to enforce that? Because the legislation says found committing. There's going to be no evidence for people to say there was this much sound and it was bothering me. So again, that comes into another logistical and red tape that wouldn't be necessary. So that's some of our recommendations. So I know that it's an open public meeting to talk about this, so I'll leave it at that. So we appreciate your time and considerations.
Thank you, Bill. Councillor Davey?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Bill, for your presentation. I read it with interest, as it's a hot topic. I just wanted clarification, please, because I know we're not really here to debate anything. When you talk about the number of events and the number of weekends, it just seems like a little fancy math in there. And so you've highlighted in your report that you're proposing 15 total events per year. But then in unbolded, it's with a maximum of 3 consecutive days per event. So potentially for the neighbors and for people there, it's 45 days of events, not just 15. And because when you commented that there were 22 weekends, which would make 68 possible events, but hey, we're only offering 15. So I just wanted to kind of to clarify that the actual goal for you with respect to, I understand, wanting to help community and help fundraising other nonprofits and things like that, there actually is a potential for it to be more days than 15. Is that right?
Potential, but the realistic is that that's never going to happen. The maximum of 3 consecutive days was for an event that happened on a weekend, that it wouldn't be for more than 3 days. The likelihood of 15 events going for 3 days is basically none. So yes, that's an error on my part.
Okay. All right. Thanks for that clarification. And then just one other little thing about the idea of wanting permits and maybe exempting charities and so on. Is there some understanding that these events don't make as much noise as something that would be making money for because most fundraisers and everybody's making money, whether you're a registered company or you're a charity, registered charity. Is your understanding that the charity events would be less disturbing to the neighbors?
Well, I think that the events that they're going to have is, I think the biggest concern from the public is that we're going to have concerts. But again, the way that your noise bylaw is written is no amplified sound after a certain time. So that includes talking on a microphone. So we're trying to cover those kind of bases. We don't anticipate having concerts unless a charity organization did want to have a concert. But again, that's where the bylaw will back it up as well, especially if there's a clear start and end date for it. It's just the exemption would be to apply for a special event license.
Thank you, Bill.
Other members, Elaine?
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you both for coming in. It's much appreciated to have you in the gallery. You bring up an interesting comment, and this came from another organization as well. This makes me think we need to do something about the complaints process, about tracking and reporting, because people who want to complain need to use the process to make the complaint. It needs to be recorded, and it needs to be tracked, and it then needs to be forwarded to somebody in your organization so you know we are receiving the complaint. Because for people to say there's complaints and we don't have any record of them is disturbing. So you have said this, and so did the OAS. And so I think that I'm just saying this for us, that we need to maybe look at that process to make sure that any complaint is not a complaint unless it's comes through the process. So people complaining to their neighbor doesn't count as a complaint. A complaint has to come on a complaint form. It has to come to the town. It has to be then forwarded to a specific contact in the organization who is being complained about. So we need to simplify this, and we need to make sure that that's something that is tangible and trackable and reportable. So I thank you for bringing that forward again. And I wanted to know, does this impact, I'm not sure if it's annual or biannual, the celebration of life event that is held by the funeral home?
No, it wouldn't affect it because, again, it's a little tricky here because of the way the draft is written, that you're referring to in old festivals and public entertainment. So the key thing is public entertainment, festivals or parades. The memorial service is not a public entertainment. And again, they're using amplified sound. However, it's within the existing noise bylaw timelines.
Right.
However, if a charity group wanted to come out and have a orchestra there that was amplified sound after 5 p.m., they would be in contravention of your bylaw. So that's why if the time was extended, that would help those sort of groups out. And again, that's the catch-all is that you're referring to a special event license, and then now they would have to go and get a special event license just for that, because that would be classified as public entertainment.
Okay, thank you very much.
Ralph?
Thanks for coming here, Bill, and it's nice to have you in person as well as your document. I'll go back to the 15 days. Are you suggesting that we put this in our, etch it into our bylaw, or because you saying 15 days today, I don't know what you're going to do next year sort of thing. It's just there's no control over that number as I see it. So what would you suggest for control of the number?
Well, again, we're a government organization, so.
You're what?
We're a government organization as well, so I think that our reputation, our word is that we would be silly to say something and not abide by it. And I think it's going to be trickier to put that in your bylaw.
The second question is about the complaints, and you've used the word official complaints, but we've had tons of people coming here and making complaints to council about the noise.
Are they perceived complaints or are they legitimate complaints is our question, because again, we monitor it, all of our events, we've monitored with decibel readings, and again, they haven't went past 50 decibels, which is what we're doing, speaking over these microphones is louder than what that decibel reading would be.
Where Paul Dre, when he came here, suggested that decibels have not been a good monitor, particularly small communities with limited technology, and that we use the definition that sound, the volume of which is likely to disturb an inhabitant, is the definition of noise. That's the new definition. And I realize it's subjective, but we're considering that on the basis, I think, significantly of his recommendation, which he has a lot of experience with this. But I don't know what your perceived noise or perceived complaints or whatever is. If there are complaints. We've received the complaints sitting right here. And so the statement that there have been no official complaints, I find to be not to be very realistic.
Well, I'd like to add that we do have a portal on our website for any bylaw complaints, any of our bylaws. So people are encouraged to use that. And if one uses that, I can assure you that they are investigated. The subjective definition of noise that annoys, people have to be aware that it is also backed up from the standpoint, if a charge were ever laid, the expectation would be that the person who complained would be the first person called to give evidence in a court trial. And they have to be able to explain to the court why they are aggrieved by the noise that they've heard. And Mr. Dre talked about possibly having a requirement that between 2 and 3 people have to complain about a particular matter before our bylaw inspectors and process would click in, which I think is fair. I mean, if it's just simply one person and one person all the time, we also have rules about egregious abuse of the bylaw process by individuals who repeatedly and chronically complain without any basis for doing so. So to correct the perception, we do have a bylaw, a complaint process. I don't know that it's ever been used on noise, but I certainly have received emails on a Saturday night, or Friday night, with somebody holding their iPhone up, and you can hear the noise that they've recorded on the iPhone. Now, that's a very informal kind of way of complaining, but it's out there.
And just to clarify, Your Worship, is it about Island Lake that you're hearing this? And again, my biggest concern for the prospect of conviction would be to prove that what noise disturbed that
It's a very
person.
high threshold you have to meet.
Yeah.
And I can't say that it's exclusively Credit Valley origin or whether it's Ag Society origin. I do know of Ag Society origin ones that spring to mind, but there might be other ones that involve your facilities. Frank?
Yeah, I just, on this issue, I would suggest that the phone calls I get about noise complaints almost exclusively are the Ag Center. I don't think I've ever received a phone call about Credit Valley. But to put it in perspective, I do remember a time, because you used to have to apply for an exemption if you wanted to run something after 5 p.m. And Credit Valley was very good because you would monitor on the Vicky Barron Trail, notwithstanding what we may think of decibel readings and needing a professional to do them, you would monitor to make sure that no decibels higher than 50 decibels was going outside your property. And I remember one time at the far east end of the Vicky Barron Trail, you couldn't get a reading because someone was running a lawnmower on Blue Heron Drive. So just to put it in perspective, whatever the decibel readings, you were having an event that was making a noise that was lower than 50 decibels presumably, but someone after 5 p.m., but someone on Blue Heron was running a lawnmower which was so loud that it drowned out any readings you can get. That sort of puts the issue of how much sound these events at Island Lake create, puts it in perspective.
Yeah, and through you, Your Worship, to Deputy Mayor Nix, again, and we can recall an incident that as part of our noise bylaw exemption, we were required to post events on all of our kiosks 15 days prior to the event to give the public notice. And again, the process that we went through is we came to council and got an exemption for the whole season. One of those events got canceled. So we didn't put the poster up. We didn't notify public that event was canceled. Yet we did hear through the grapevine that there was some people complaining about an event that didn't even happen. And again, that's where the perceived complaints that we have concerns. Like, again, we're here to work with the community. We're not here to have rock concerts, but again, we want to abide by the bylaw.
A couple of things stemming from your submission to us. There's the statement or inference that that events have been canceled or bookings have not been made because of the overreach of the town in wanting to have a noise bylaw. I think that's a little unfair to the extent that we're not trying to control what kind of events you have. We're simply trying to make certain that the noise is not disturbing, the people who, could be impacted by it. So anyone is free to have an event. It's a question of the noise that is generated from that event. So I think it's important the public knows that we're not trying to control the kind of events that you book. Second question I had goes to the issue of the not-for-profit or charitable events. How many do you expect or anticipate there might be?
Again, Your Worship, we can't really answer that question, but we have been approached by probably 7 to 10 charity groups that want to have an event, but soon as we bring up the noise bylaw, then it's another logistical thing that they don't want to go through because we would have to apply for an exemption, come to council, and then wait for council to decide whether we can do that or not.
But surely those groups and those potential renters run into this everywhere. It's not simply Mono that has a noise bylaw or one that's being reconsidered. I mean, there's noise bylaws all around us, and some of them are more rigorous than what is being proposed in this draft, which I suspect will be, changed in various forms. So where do they go? I mean, they must have been turned down half a dozen times.
So, Your Worship, again, most places that have that noise bylaw have a special event license
Okay.
that you're referring to.
Yeah.
And so then they have a process that's very similar to what you've outlined in your old bylaw where, they contact the police, they make sure that the fire and ambulance and all those services. But through that permitting process, they're allowed to have sound till 11 p.m. So why not look in your bylaw and have those parameters put in there so another process doesn't have to be followed that costs time and money and uncertainty, because through your bylaw for public entertainment, it still has to be vetted through council to approve that. So there's still an unknown for the charity group.
Well, I'm personally, I'm familiar with the 1984 Orwellian bylaw on the books, and it's, I wouldn't want to put anyone through that, frankly. I mean, it's pretty scary stuff. So it could be that we will be, and it is on our list to update, it could be that we're going to, we may have to decide that that both bylaws, the noise bylaw, because right now it's unenforceable, in my view, as somebody who used to be on the bench, I can tell you right now, you couldn't get a conviction out of me. And then you've got this 1984 bylaw, which is, I mean, there's stuff in there that's skit material. I'd make one last comment, and then we have to move on to other comments, and ultimately we're going to have to move on. But I don't think we would be having this conversation if it weren't for the fact that you're under pressure to generate revenues, because the province contributes 1% maybe to your annual budget. And that's why we're all here today, is that you are not supported by the province of Ontario. Quite the contrary. They've made life very difficult for you, and not the least of which is the fact that you have to turn to municipalities and you have to turn to your users to generate revenue. I'll leave it at that.
Okay, and our last comment would be is, again, yeah, the changes to the legislation for the Conservation Authority is how we operate, but again, we have to understand that the amphitheater was built from charities that raised money to build the amphitheater for the purpose of having events on there, whether it be charity or for other things. So again, there's just some logistics and paperwork that is holding people up from doing that. And then the last clarification on the information that was posted, Fred, is that the staff recommends that council receive oral submissions and direct the bylaw come back for debate May 27, 2027. Was that just a typo?
Yeah, it should be 2025.
Okay.
We're not waiting quite that long.
Well, so, okay, thank you.
Through the mayor. Bill, just to follow up on your comment, I didn't quite catch that about the logistics of going ahead with this. Can you, what you just mentioned there, can you amplify on that a bit?
So through you, your worship, to Councillor Metelo, is that if a charity wants to have an event they have to go through the process of asking for an exemption or provide a request for a special event permit. So instead of, if it was a time, if it was, okay, you can have it till 11 PM, then we're going to vet CBC is going to vet the event to make sure it's, again, is with our strategic plan and all that kind of stuff to make sure that they align. Then it would be easier, because now it's another step for them to have to apply, and then they have to wait to see whether it's going to be approved or not.
Right. I'm sorry, I didn't really organize that question as well as I should have. You were relating the issues to the fact that the amphitheater was created by the donations of NGOs, et cetera, and somehow or other that was to affect our thinking. I didn't catch that.
Yeah, that's correct.
So why should that affect my thinking? You decided to, and the organizations decided to put it there, so we should accept it, or?
No, again, because it was put mainly for groups to do charity events to fundraise for the community.
And I'd be remiss if I didn't recognize David Nairn, who's in the audience, who has done some wonderful plays on that stage. In full disclosure, my daughter was in one of them, or more than one of them. Thank you. Are there any other comments on the noise bylaw? We are not doing second reading today. We're simply going to capture any points that have not yet been made. So there's no point to repetition here. And then we'll go back and we'll probably give our clerk some direction as to what will ultimately be presented to council for consideration. Elaine?
Thank you, Mayor. So two things. One of them was the mention of the province not supporting the parks enough. Did we not make a motion to the province to support them because they were having to, hold events to fill up the coffers to support themselves? Did we not make a motion?
I
for
believe
that?
we have, but it's a very, shall we say, we've had no response.
Okay, so maybe I'll give you a notice of motion now to make another motion to the new government to tell them to need to step up to support the, and I'm not saying that we don't have the events, I'm just saying that they need funding to support rather than having to host events to support their budget.
Thank you.
And I take all the words from your presentation this morning. Thank you very much, CVC. And also, I think there is some message here that we need to still simplify what is in that noise bylaw, and so I'll take a look at that. But I also, I do want to understand how the individual emails that are coming to council are going to be made public information, because it's not, it needs to be part of the open public debate, not, one-on-one emails that are being sent, which are very valuable, but I want everybody to have the value of the feedback that we're getting. So I want to know how some of the emails that we have received, because this was on the agenda, how that information is going to be made public. So will that be folded into the public input that will be presented?
Just before I recognize Councillor Davey, if I get an email from a resident, I will ask that resident if they want me to share it with other councillors or with town staff. I think sometimes the answer is yes, absolutely, and other times it's not. And again, the simplest solution to this is that any complaints about any bylaw infractions go through the town's appropriate portal for that. Councillor Capes?
No, I'm not actually, thank you for that, but I'm not speaking about complaints. I'm speaking about people have given us, council they've sent emails saying, we would like to suggest this change, or that you consider this or that. Now, those have come through our email. They haven't come through the public channel. So I want to make sure that their input is also part of the public input that we are going to review for the big conversation to look at this again in 2027. Thank you.
Councillor Davy, sorry.
I don't know, Bill must have been referring to a different letter, because the edited report that I got from Fred did say 27-25, so whatever. The emails that we've received that are to council have all also, Elaine, been sent to the clerk's office, which was the direction that we were to be giving. If somebody has a bylaw complaint to make, then you're supposed to use the form, and that goes that way. But if they just have a comment for this public, we've decided that if they also send it to the clerk, then those things can get on the agenda. Like, for example, we've got Bob McRae's and a few other, Darby and so on. We've got a few other letters now that have come through from being in November to now being in our agenda document. So am I correct, Fred Simpson, in that these things, if they come to you, they will eventually get into the public forum?
That's correct. So letters received after this agenda was posted, so obviously couldn't be included, will be included in the package when this comes back to council in May.
Okay. Excellent.
Thank you very much. That was my question. Will this be part of the public input? So thank you very much.
Are there any further comments from the gallery on the noise bylaw specifically that are not repetitious? Not that I'm singling anyone out in particular. Well, I appreciate everybody attending today for whatever reason you've come. And as you've heard, this will come back. I think at some point, Mr. Simpson, we're going to need to give you some clearer direction as to what our preferences might be in terms of whether we are accepting of the draft as is or whether we have issues with it. And I hope when it comes back, we'll have a range of options, because there is a range of options, I think, available to us. Ralph?
I'd just like to say to any members of the gallery or anybody who's listening in or checking in later, there's lots of opportunity for you to modify or give or clarify or give your input. So we're very concerned that we get this bylaw right. As you can gather, it's not an easy thing, and there are lots of different opinions depending on whether you're bothered by noise or not. So please write to us, and to be clear, if you write it to me or to John, he has to get your permission to forward it on. If you write it to the council as a whole, you just put down council, then it goes to Fred Simpson as well, and it becomes a document that's available to all of us and is accepted as a document that's a part of this particular issue.
Melinda?
Thank you, Mayor. I'm sorry, just at the agenda, I thought we were in just the delegation stage here, that we've heard the delegation from CBC, and then we were going to enter a public meeting because I'm not sitting there, I can't see who's there and so on.
We're in the public meeting portion because the delegations are complete. And
Okay.
I called on everyone who's present here, and we have quite a good turnout.
Oh, okay, good.
Yeah, to see if anyone wants to make any further comments.
Oh, okay, great. Okay,
Yeah.
good. Just, I only see one direction, so thanks very much.
Is there anyone online that we may have missed? I'm not seeing anyone online. So, Fred, do we need a motion to close off the public meeting, or for that matter, enter into the public meeting, passed after the fact?
No, Your Worship, we don't, because it's not a statutory public meeting under the
Yeah.
Planning Act where such
It's an
motions
informal.
are passed.
Okay.
So, and if I can, Your Worship, I just want to clarify, emails sent to all of council that are intended for being included on agenda, it's helpful if that's copied to the clerk's office as well.
Yeah.
So the clerk, just to be clear, the clerk's office and staff do not get emails that are addressed to council at Town of Mono. Only
Unless you're
council.
copied on them.
Right.
Yeah, I think that's very important. Okay. We are now at unfinished council business. Okay. And it's never too late to get us any submissions on the noise bylaw. Okay.
We're wondering, Your Worship, if there's going to be a break.
I'll be in about 15 minutes, and then we have an in-camera session scheduled for 11 o'clock. Or would you like a break now? Our audience is voting with their feet. We've we've lost virtually everyone except 2 people. Okay, let's have a 10-minute break now. Melinda are back on somewhere.
Can't see them.
We do have quorum, though.
We are back live.
Okay, there we are.
We haven't got Melinda yet.
Okay. So let's go to unfinished council business, the list. Any updates on that? Any comments on that? And when Melinda comes on, I'll ask her if she has any comments on it. Are we actually making any progress in knocking things off?
Well, we got one off last week, I
Yep.
believe. Just for an update for council, verbal update, Your Worship and Councillor Mengtalo and I met yesterday with respect to the Hockley Historic Community Hall, and I'll be having a discussion with Janice with respect to how we're moving on that.
So you'll bring back a report for council to consider at some point?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And that was the intention. Okay. Okay. Okay, next item is the 2025 tax rate bylaw. Les, do you have any comments before I read it?
Thank you, Your Worship. Other than the tax rate actually is going to be slightly lower, only because the assessment growth is a little bit more than budgeted.
We have a little more than expected?
Yes.
That's good
Most
news.
likely, the hotel came 100% online.
Will that cover the ice storm?
Maybe next year.
Okay. So I have a motion that we introduce and give the necessary readings to a bylaw to adopt the estimates of all sums required during the year and to strike the rate of taxation for the year 2025, that it be signed by the mayor and clerk, sealed and engrossed in the bylaw book. Do I have a mover for that? Councillor Capes moves, Councillor Mengtalo seconds. Any discussion? Councillor Capes?
Do we need to state the rate or no?
Les?
The rate is within the bylaw itself, but if council wants to, there's various rates. There's the residential rate, there's the farm rate, there's the industrial rate, but it's attached to the schedule of the bylaw. So by passing this bylaw, you're passing those schedules as well.
Okay.
Okay, thank you very much.
In the motion could say a 13% tax rate increase.
Yes. Melinda, we're just doing the tax rate bylaw. Thank you. Any further questions, comments? Any opposed? And the motion is carried. Next item on the agenda is a motion having to do with the geotechnical investigative works. Matt?
Thanks, Mayor Krillman. Yeah, so as councils may recall, back last year, we had a petition from some local residents on the adjacent to the Mono-Agila town line with concerns of the condition of the gravel. So although Public Works is continually looking for ways to kind of push back against Mother Nature, we're hoping that this is another piece of that puzzle that we're going to look at, and hopefully this work will help us, help guide us with making, looking for some new recommendations from a geotechnical perspective for gravel types and uses. So I'm happy to answer any questions that council may have on this.
Any questions of Matt? I have one. Will this study help us in other places, or is it very focused on this particular stretch of road?
Thank you. Yeah, that's the whole hope here is we're going to focus on the worst areas here on the town line between 20 and 25 side road, and then hopefully we could apply the recommendations throughout the town. Any areas that, this section of the town line is a challenge because it's sheltered. It doesn't have great drainage. So, during the day, we get heat on the road, it melts the road, or we get rain in the middle of winter now. The road thaws. It can't drain off properly. And we're looking for solutions here. So I don't see why it couldn't apply to any other areas that are similar in nature throughout the town.
Fred?
Yeah, Matt, maybe you could just explain to me, so they do the geotechnical work and they determine that, I don't know, this down below the road surface is something unstable or some types of soils that don't have much strength. What then I mean, if that's the case, the only thing my simple mind can think of is the remedy would be to simply rebuild the whole road base, which is there some other solutions, like using a different type of gravel on the surface? I can't see how that's going to stabilize the base. And if we do have to redo the whole base because of some geotechnical work, that's very expensive work.
Absolutely, Deputy Mayor Nix. Yeah, so there's lots of different ways of constructing roads now with unstable base material. I've used it in the past where it's like a geomat that goes down there. It acts almost like a snowshoe that's put down on it's excavated. There's a mat put down, and then the new gravel is added on top of that to help spread and distribute the load. These are just kind of pieces for council to consider and for Public Works to consider when they are recommending improvements to a road. It gives us an idea of some ways that we could improve roads that have similar issues with this section of Mono Adulate Town Line. Now, this year we were fortunate. We had a great winter. As soon as the winter, set in December, it stayed frozen. The frost was in the road, and we were able to maintain it. In previous years, we've had the road froze, and then it thaws, and then it freezes, and it thaws. So, there's lots of variables to this, and the hope is that this helps guide us. This stretches a road that we don't just continue to apply gravel. It may recommend a different gradation, a different amount of fines or more larger aggregate in the road, more ditching. Obviously, like I said to council last year, we've been ditching more. We're trying to get the shoulders taken down a little bit so the water could get off the road. There's a lot of different pieces to this. So the hope is that we could work with the geotech to get some ideas of why it's happening. We have some ideas, but maybe some more support on what we could do and approach this.
If I could just follow up. My worry, Matt, is that these solutions are going to be something like $1 million a kilometer to implement. But I'm just guessing. But okay, I'll leave it at that. That's my concern.
It's ideal to get as much information as we can so we know what we're up against and what council's up against. Like, we have the road management plan for our asphalt roads. This is kind of more suited for our gravel roads, and it helps. It'll be a guiding document, and it'll help support council respond to residents that have concerns to this degree, and it gives us potential options for making recommendations to council for resolving these types of things. So whether they're cost effective or not, there may be some more that are, and then there may be some options that aren't cost effective.
Elaine, and then Ralph.
Thank you, and thank you, Matt. That was well responded to in that question, and I'm very grateful that the citizens came forward together to ask the question, and so we are addressing a concern of like a large group of people who have to travel that section of road, and I think this is fabulous. And as you say, this adds to our understanding of what needs to happen on some of these roads, and it can be applicable in other sections of the town, and I think that's great. I also want to just say that some of our town roads are still under the under construction of them are roads that were set by the pioneers who first came here in like the 1790s, and they are I think they called them corduroy roads, I'm not sure, but they're constructed out of logs at their base. And I think there's still some historic sections of our road that are like that. So we've come a long way.
Well,
Thank you.
I can
Thank
give you
for
an
that.
example, and it's Mono Center Road, just east of the hamlet. And you can tell that there's an old corduroy road there by virtue of the fact that in the spring, it heaves and bumps come up, and then when the warmer weather comes, it all settles back down again.
I just,
We need to appreciate this history.
Your Honor, I think this is a great idea. Fred, I know you're questioning this and sort of guessing at what the answer is going to be, and then guessing that we can't afford it. But information is really rich. We can learn more. We should take the chance. I think this is a situation where they're saying sometimes you don't know what you don't know, and getting to know it may make a difference. So this is not a huge sum, and I think it's a potential learning experience for the Public Works, and our Public Works are really on top of things. I'm impressed. They're interested in making things better and not just getting out there and doing the same old, same old. So well done, Matt.
Thank you. I've got a motion that Council for the Town of Mono accepts the bid price of $14,972.50, inclusive of HST, from Green Geotechnical, Inc. of Barrie, Ontario, for geotechnical investigation works, including a report with recommendations. Do I have a mover? It looks like Elaine Capes would like to move. Seconded
Thank
by
you.
Councillor Manctalo. Any further questions or comments? Councillor Davey?
Thank you. Thanks very much, Matt, for this. Yeah, it's very interesting. It's interesting how we think 14,000 isn't very much money. It actually is a lot of money. How long? So therefore, it's kind of like, you know, what does it all take to make this report? What's our timing? Did I miss you saying when we're expecting them to have investigated and giving us the report, Matt?
Thanks, Councillor Davey. We're hoping to start this, we don't want to get it too far into summer. I expect probably sometime end of this month, maybe into May. It'll help us understand what type of moisture content is in the road and below the surface materials. So we're going to try to get into the road 2.5 meters deep and kind of understand what's happening. There could be springs, there could be corduroy, there most likely is corduroy down there, right? And so if we do that earlier on in the season, it'll help us kind of understand, you know, generally when the roads are falling apart, that's when we did our inspections for our gravel condition indexes and our pavement condition indexes last year when we did the road management plan, to get an idea of how the roads are behaving as the frost comes out. So ideally, it would be coming up here in a little bit once we get the award letter sent out to the geotechnical engineer. But it'll be a small boring machine that'll drill a hole, take the sample out, take the sieve. It'll do a sieve analysis. It'll tell us what the quality is of the gravel from the surface of the road 2.5 meters down. And like I had mentioned to Deputy Mayor Nix, there are products now that could be put on the road. There may be suggestions along those lines for stabilizing the road rather than having to excavate all that old material out. You go down a certain level, you put this webbing in, it's like a geo web. I don't know if that's a proprietary name, but it's generally like a webbing, like I said, a snowshoe. That's just one example that I've firsthand used in areas where what Mayor Krellman had mentioned, the roads differential settlement and things of that nature. So it helps bridge those gaps. So that's the plan. Probably sometime this month, early into May, hopefully, and hopefully we'll get the report back within a month or two afterwards. It shouldn't be too extensive, but we'll be working. Michael Nicholas, the Public Works Manager, will be working firsthand with geotechnical consultants on site and trying to understand right away what we're seeing, and then also wait for the report and get some information that council could really use to give to residents. And, you know, as we work forward and make recommendations on these roads, this will be a good guiding tool in addition to the road management plan.
Okay. So, did I read that motion?
It's been moved and seconded, your worship, just needs to be called.
Okay. Any opposed to the motion? The motion is carried. Do we have a few seconds, 3 minutes to go before our in-camera?
I don't see town solicitor yet, but did we want to, subject to the clerk's reaction, did we want to deal with Mr. Nick's?
I would tackle the next item, it's the last item in new business, knock it off and then go in camera.
Okay. Yeah. Did you have something?
No, let's deal with.
Oh, okay.
This issue.
So I have a proposal for council in the form of a motion, which I'll read. Whereas a number of municipalities and others are dropping X, formerly known as Twitter, as a social media tool, as it has become an increasingly toxic and biased online platform, and whereas X has not been widely used, it has not been a widely used or effective tool for communication with our residents. Therefore, be it resolved that the town of Mono suspends use of its X account pending cancellation by no later than fill in the blank, and that we make efforts to alert users of our decision while also identifying alternatives. And my motivation for moving this is to follow in the footsteps of many Canadian municipalities, libraries as well, and others who have become, shall we say, have lost confidence in this particular platform as being a source of reliable information. It's widely known that the algorithms take you almost at the very time you sign in. They take you to false information and, quite frankly, very disturbing information in many cases with an American tinge to it. And I think we should follow in the footsteps of other municipalities that have ditched X.
I'll move it.
Ralph?
Was that a movement?
That, Ralph, Fred is moving. Second.
I'll move.
Discussion? Discussion to the date and to the content.
So I don't use Twitter or X, so I had to look up the information about it. And what I found was it's hard to know what's balanced information anymore, but it's not terribly useful as a unbiased news a news source. In fact, I looked up the Journal of Communication Psychology, which wrote an article on this, and it had both positive and negative effects. It suggested that many people, when they went on this, it came back out of it and feeling worse off as a person, loss of sense of well-being, and others felt that now they belong to the group. Anyway, this is definitely a source of cyberbullying and very biased, and so I'd be supportive of not using it anymore.
Just to put this in context, I think the last time we did a review of the effectiveness of our social media was 2020, Fred, if I'm not mistaken, around that time. And we found very few engagements with Twitter, as it was known at the time.
I'm sorry, Your Worship, I don't remember the last time we had a formal presentation to council on it, though Mr. Dahmer is able to speak generally to the use of X and perhaps even specifically to our current level engagement.
Well, I mean, I'm still of the view that we should not use this platform or in any way support this platform, you know, given its track history and current bias and toxicity. Councillor Davey?
Thank you very much, Mayor. Yes, I think this is a good idea. I think it's just a step towards streamlining and turning things more Canadian and everything in addition to the toxic part. The whole use of Twitter, or point of Twitter for communication and broadcasting. I know CBC's has used Twitter over the years, the format has just, the platform's just changed, and it's not really. So I'm really interested in what are we going to do for the alternatives? I would think to fill in the date on your motion would be, for the cancellation would be as soon as possible would be the appropriate date to say, and because, you know, you pay monthly for these things and so on. And really to try to ask that we do find some alternatives, because, yeah, the history of poor in social media engagement with our residents is just that. It's a history. I think going forward, there might be new opportunities to really get engagement increased using some electronic platform that we really don't know yet. Something's good coming around the corner, I'm hopeful.
Well, I'd leave it to Andrew to give us recommendations, but I do know there is a platform called Blue Sky that a lot of people have migrated to from X for these particular reasons. Are you moving an amendment that we add as soon as possible as an alternative to a specific date?
Well, yes, I think so, because it's easier to get it moved and like moving on the way to being done than setting a specific date, I think. Because which date do we choose? How do you do that?
I can't hear you, Fred.
Maybe council would want to consider changing that from as soon as possible to practical, just to give us a certain amount of flexibility to staff to execute it.
Yeah, and mover is suggesting that's a friendly amendment, and I would agree with that. Seconder is in agreement. And Andrew can give us some guidance as to, like he's going to do his best to get the word out that we are no longer using X, which is in fairness to the few people who may be using X. And also maybe some recommendations as to a replacement for X. So if there's no further debate or discussion, any opposed to the motion? And the motion is carried. And I have a motion that council moves into a closed meeting pursuant to Section 239 of the Municipal Act 2001 as amended at I'm not seeing that. 4 minutes past 11 a.m. for Bruce Trail Conservancy OLT appeal, Section 239, subsection E, litigation or potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunals affecting the municipality or local board. Do I have a mover? Sorry, Fred.
Your worship, if you would could add to that as well, IT cybersecurity under Section 239. 2A.
Okay, and if I could add to that as a walk-on. So, do I have a mover to the motion as amended?
Melinda and Elaine.
Melinda and Elaine. Melinda moving, Elaine seconding. Any opposed? Motion is carried, so we'll go in camera.
Your worship, before you go in camera, I would like to declare an indirect conflict of interest because I am a member of the Bruce Trail. I have filed the papers with the clerk. And Mr. Simpson, if I could ask you, because I got one email while we were sitting here, I have to declare an indirect conflict of interest on this issue because I'm a member of the Bruce Trail. Someone asked me why I didn't declare a conflict of interest when we had the delegation from Credit Valley Conservation, because I sit on the board of CVC. So I would leave it up to you to explain to the public why I had to declare a conflict of interest in one case, but not in the other case. Thank you, Mr. Simpson. Oh, and I was going to say, since my understanding is this in-camera session could be fairly lengthy, I'm not going to sit upstairs for an hour. I'm going home. Is that okay, Your Worship? Good.
So,
No, we've got Jeff here. I think we need to go. Yeah.
oh, we're doing Jeff first. I thought we were
And the IT thing is very, very brief.
all right.
Oh, that's yours. You can have it. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I got a box of them.
Thanks.
Okay, Andrew, and if you'll let us know when we're offline and not broadcasting.
Is to do appointee to the
We're back live.
Welcome back, everybody. I have a motion that we accept Schedule A to this agenda. Do I have a mover? Councillor Capes moves, seconded by Councillor Manctolo. Discussion of items on Schedule A. Anyone have any items on Schedule A?
No.
Okay. Elaine?
Yes and no, so not directly related, but related. The minutes of the Center Dufferin Recreation Complex, I just want to congratulate Councillor Davey for being nominated as chair of that committee, and also of the Rosemont District Fire Board, again, as chair. So congratulations. There you go.
Congratulations.
Thank you, thank you. But I think for the Rosemont Fire Board, I think we ended up asking Julius if he wanted to give a go at the one, and I stayed as co-chair in that one.
That's, thank you for that correction. Yes, that's true, but you're still.
So I'm just loving the CDRC. It's coming along nicely. Everybody's using that facility more and more and coming up with some new ideas of how to use it. So like the hockey weekend they just had when they helped Mulmer with the storm, that they hosted the event there.
Okay. I don't have anything. Fred Nix mentioned an interest in the Township of Amaranth resolution with regard to salt pollution coalition. And I don't know whether there's any appetite to pick that up, or we can revisit it when he's back in his chair here. Why don't we do that? We'll give him a chance maybe next meeting to address that matter. Okay, reports of members of staff and council. Les, anything to report?
Thank you, Your Worship. This week, the Treasury Department, we have our financial auditors in the office. They're up in the small boardroom just off the front entrance. So they're going through our records and asking for different copies of that. So hopefully they'll be completed this week. I have nothing else.
Matt, anything?
Thanks, Mayor Coleman. Nothing, we're just picking away at the storm and getting ready for spring operations, street sweeping, calcium grading, all that fun stuff. We weren't successful in the Provincial Community Emergency Preparedness Grant. We had applied for that digital signboard, but we did get the money from the county, the $12,000 from the county towards a digital signboard, so we'll be moving forward with that. And we had budgeted for that residual. So that's all for me.
Just before we move on, I mentioned to, I think to Les and possibly Mike, that Ontario Hydro One, I was about to call it Ontario Hydro. Hydro One has some kind of grant program for storm recovery. The upset number is $10,000, so I'd urge staff to investigate whether or not we should make an application for that. Thanks. Kimberly, anything?
Just quickly, a couple of things. One is that even though the weather doesn't support this, our rinks are now closed for the season. And I just want to send a huge shout out to all of the volunteers that put so much time and effort into making our rinks such a success this year, both Purple Hill Park, Mono Center Park, and Mono College Park. So a huge thank you to all the volunteers that work so diligently to make those rinks available for residents to use this past year.
And was it a good thing on balance that we reconsidered our position on the rinks?
100%.
Okay.
100%. And just the other is letting council know that Recreation is presently doing the final plans for the Make Mono Shine, which starts this Friday, or the 15th. Where am I at? Today's the 8th. So a week today. Week today, Make Mono Shine. And it runs through to April the 29th, where people are more than welcome to come into the town and pick up garbage tags from us. We'll give a maximum of 3 garbage tags per residence. And we invite you to assist us in picking up garbage left over from the winter along the trails, parks, walkways, and anything in front of your home as well. And we'll give you the garbage bags and some town or garbage tags and garbage bags to put that garbage out. So.
Okay. Fred, anything?
A couple things, Your Worship. First of all, the advocacy page that council directed be built is built and went live this week.
Terrific. Thank
So
you.
that was one thing that wasn't on the to-do list, but is still to done. So feel free to take a look at that. A reminder that the Sikh Heritage Month flag raising is Thursday, April 17th at 11 a.m. And finally, myself and representatives from MC Squared have met. MC Squared has an agenda set up. As you know, there's the guest speaker, Dr. Hartman is coming, and it foresees, a 15 to 20-minute presentation by the doctor, a 15-minute Q&A, a break, and then into the open forum. So exactly as council was looking for.
Sounds good. Mike?
Thank you. Planning and the clerk's office submitted the Line 2 developments OLT submission documents last week. Quite a bit of time to put that together. From a DEI perspective, I've been working with the county and all the lower tiers to work through some how to advance our DEI commitments and how to take advantage of joint funding that's in place. The county has a significant department with respect to this, and we've generated an equity events working group, and we plan to participate with the county in that. And as I get more information on what that looks like, I will trickle that down to the committee on to council. Unfortunately, I can't make tonight's meeting, but tomorrow night's meeting, as it's during our DEI meeting. But Michelle Hargrave has been keeping me in the loop. I will be reaching out this week to the Rosemont board members, fire board members, Councillor Davey and Councillor Capes, to have a meeting to discuss some of the issues surrounding, or just to discuss the fire board and the processes that we've been dealing with. And I'll also be reaching out to Councillor Davey and Deputy Mayor Nix with respect to Shelburne. And I think it's good that the three of us for 2 different sessions get into a room and just sort of have a little chat about how the results of the studies and the community risk assessment and perhaps educational programming and things like that. So you should start to hear from me in the next couple of days. Thank you.
So, Melinda, anything to report?
Thank you. No, I was, yes, the fire boards have been meeting, and so we're gathering more and more information with respect to what the upshot is of the training going forward and how the annual reports are out and so on. So there is lots of information to share with Mike that to get everybody up to speed to really work towards where is Dufferin Fire Services, to use that umbrella term, headed. And also a shout out, as I was saying, to the Centre Dufferin Recreation Center, that because of the declaration of an emergency in Mulmer, we're able to take over and have the Hockeyville events, because it was the weekend at our facility. So that was a bonus. And That's it for me. Looking forward to, and with respect to the rack, so our next event, as Kim says, is the Make Mono Shine, and that's just, of course, next week and whenever, and then we have a bit of a lull before we get events going, and so we need to put on our thinking caps of how to get our August Music in the Park event. So look for more information about that. And if you know anybody who's an aspiring musician of any sort, it's going to be a great venue for them in the middle of August. So lots of time to get the word out about that event.
Great, thank you. Elaine, anything?
Well, I don't have anything to report from committees, but I do want to loop back to the storm. So Kim, I'm sure you're going to be giving out more garbage bags and tags, because I've seen a lot of litter blown around. Like, there's litter all over our property, which is coming from somewhere. But I've seen litter because I think the storm has picked up litter and blown it, where it doesn't belong. So you might have extras. The other thing I wanted to ask about, if I could, Your Worship, through you to Matt, about picking up storm debris. I've been told and seen that in other municipalities, they're picking up, people are allowed to drag their branches to the ends of their property and have it picked up, because, a lot of people don't have trailers, a lot of people don't have a means to get rid of all this stuff, and there's quite a bit of it out there. And so if there's any way that we can assist with people, and I know Matt did respond to me to say we have to wait until, the landfill site is actually able to drive on, and I understand that. We live on clay, and our tractor got stuck in the mud, so, it's a mess. So until it's dry, we can't pick stuff up to take it there. But anyway, I just want to put that on our radar for, how we can help people clean up their properties or get the debris away from their properties. Just always more work to do. Thank you.
So Matt, do you have any estimation as to when the landfill might be passable?
Depends on Mother Nature. I haven't personally been up there lately, but we'll keep an eye on it. Public Works, Kara has been receiving any requests she receives for these types of, additional measures than what we're normally used to, opening it up in the spring, in May. She's been documenting them, and if there was some, Andrew posted some updates of where we're at and what people should be or being asked to do in preparation, whether it be with GFL or the potential of potentially opening early. But we are monitoring. Public Works has taken the information from people, and if it's within the right-of-way, we'll definitely get to it. It's not like we're going to leave it, especially if it's a hazard or bigger material within the right-of-way or near the property line.
So if people are hauling manageable brush, I don't know how you define manageable, but manageable brush to the curbside, i.e. the right-of-way, town is picking it up eventually?
I would push them to the website because the wording is very specific of what we're asking from people.
Okay.
We're going to continue to assess it. If there's bigger debris in the right-of-way, I don't think we want people pulling stuff from their private property and stocking it on the town's right-of-way. That's not what we want to happen. The sizing for that GFL is picking up. I think they started yesterday. 3-inch diameter, 4 feet long,
diameter.
bundled, and it'll be picked up by GFL. But we're assessing it, and we're not going to drive by something that's a hazard on the side of the road that's within the right of way.
Okay.
But I think once we get through that, we'll have a better idea at around the next council meeting of what we need to do, if anything, in addition to the May 21st opening date for the landfill.
So I was contacted by somebody who says that during the last big ice storm, and I don't know, it was before I came back to council, the town was doing a sort of a curbside pickup if people got the materials out to the curb. And this is somebody in a subdivision, Starview to be precise.
So we've been doing, Public Works has been doing patrols in the urban areas, and it doesn't appear at this point in time that there's a lot of demand for it.
Okay.
We'll continue to assess it. We're going to be doing, we've posted online the upcoming street sweeping that'll be occurring, again, kind of weather permitting. But that'll be definitely noted by staff when we're doing that street sweeping. So we'll prioritize that, and we'll see if people clean or start to clean up their yards when the weather is more favorable.
Yeah.
We'll definitely be able to better assess that.
Yeah, I mean,
But
we,
I can't speak to 2016, it was March 2016, I believe, the last big one that went through. Since then, Public Works has done a lot of work every year for brushing to kind of stay ahead of this, and I think that's what helped us a lot during this event. We're a little bit lower elevation than some of the other places to the north that got hit a little bit harder, but I think that it also coincides with all the work that we've been doing brush-wise to keep the right-of-ways fairly open. So I think that helped us out a lot this time around. But like I said, Public Works is open to helping where we can, but we have to kind of, I don't want to commit to really doing anything. We want to prioritize on getting the roads clean and the right-of-ways cleaned up, and then we could see where, what needs residents have.
is there a chance of having an earlier dump day, for want of a better description,
At the landfill?
at the landfill than May 21st?
It's certainly possible, again, on demand and what the shape of the landfill is. It's pretty muddy in there this time of year. There's not a lot of aggregate driving surface. It's mostly native ground. So it is pretty mucky, and it sometimes can be mucky in May, depending on that. So like I said, we're open to that conversation, and we'll see what the condition is of it this week and next week as the weather progresses here. And
Well, stay in touch with us about it, because
Yeah.
I think every member of council's probably been approached on, in one way or another. I know that I'm going to be asking the county if they're going to do a more frequent pickup in rural areas of twigs and branches. It's just once a month, whereas in the built-up areas, it's once every 2 weeks. And I think there'll probably be pressure on the county to extend that service to the rural areas. I mean, I know we have 11 bags out at curbside as I speak. And again, just to repeat the criteria, no bigger than 3 inches in diameter, and no longer than, I think it's 4 feet or
4 feet, yeah.
4 feet, right.
Yeah, and the information's on the website that was posted on Friday.
Yes.
That Andrew posted, so
Perfect.
all that's there. The May 21st, 8 a.m. is the first date for opening up, is a Wednesday. And then we follow up with May 24th, 8 a.m. to 3 p.m. And the following Wednesday and the following Saturday, May 28th and May 31st. So,
Right.
like I said, we'll continue to assess everybody's needs
Okay.
and record them. And if their demand calls for it, we could relook at that, and we'll keep an eye on the landfill and try to prepare for that
Right.
potential.
And it takes time for people to clean up their property anyway.
Yeah, like
It
today,
can't
the
be done
weather's just, it seems to be,
Yeah.
it's not very appealing with all the wind, cold
Yeah.
wind. Even this past weekend, it was pretty
Yeah.
cold
I
wind.
gave up.
and- Yeah, it's not nice. So I think once you get into the teens, people will be more inclined to
Yeah.
clean their yards up and whatnot, so.
Anything further on this topic? Thanks for the update on that. That's great. Elaine, anything
you.
else?
No, that's it. Thank you very much.
Okay.
And thank you, Fred, for getting things done that weren't even on the list.
Ralph, anything?
Wellington Dufferin Board of Health.
We need the mic.
Wellington Dufferin Board of Health, a very short review. They're still focusing quite a bit on infections. Ontario has almost 700 cases of measles being reported now, and it's extremely infectious, and it involves those who have not been vaccinated primarily. NVCA has a new CAO, but I don't think I'm at liberty to mention the name yet. The Pollinator Garden has a children's program, which I'm very excited about. We've had it in the past. We have not had a personnel who could handle it until recently, and it looks like we're going to have quite an active program this year. And as I've mentioned many times, the Pollinator Garden is is there not because of the many thousands of pollinators that visit it, as much as for education, so that we can have many millions of pollinators taken care of. That's all, thanks.
Thank you. And I have only one item, and that is a change to the way in which the county council will be doing its business. The meeting on Thursday will be the last meeting for the foreseeable future, where we will be considering standalone committee reports. Thereafter, we're going to a 2-meeting-a-month format and consent agenda of individual department items, and we'll see how that works.
What's the purpose of that?
Well, it's the purpose of it is so that we all comment on. We don't simply confine ourselves to our own committees. We each sit on two different committees, and the hope is that we will try and make an effort to learn about other committee areas, committee activities, and I don't know that we're going to speed things up, but maybe we'll just get a better debate out of it. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. And committee chairs will be renamed portfolio chairs. So there'll still be individuals who have a quote portfolio, but they will no longer have a committee to preside over. Interesting distinction.
Still thinking that. Absorbing that one.
So notices of motion. Ralph, you have one?
Yes, following up on the discussion earlier today, Fred, you might want to modify the wording here a bit, but I'll be making a notice of motion to recommend the display of the Canadian flag on commercial and personal properties, and presumably that will be at the next council meeting.
Yeah. If you could provide Fred with a wording on that.
Yeah, Councillor Manctolo, if you want, we can get together and work on wording of that motion for you.
Okay. Any other notices of motion? Elaine, did you have one? Okay, Melinda? Okay. We've dealt with our in-camera matters. I have a motion that we introduce and give the necessary readings to a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of Council of the Town of Mono in Session 7-2025 held on April the 8th, 2025, that it be signed by the Mayor and Clerk, sealed and engrossed in the bylaw book. Do I have a mover for that? Councillor Manctolo moves, seconded by Councillor Davey. Any discussion? Seeing none, motion passes. And finally, I have a motion that we adjourn this meeting at 1 p.m. Mover, Councillor Capes, and seconded by Councillor Davey. Any opposition to that? Seeing none, motion carries. Thank you very much, everyone.